Welcome to another episode of Critical Misconduct. Of course, I am Aaron, the DM for this evening. Unfortunately, with the way things are going, the conversation we're having,
I love that the start of the stream was just Reagan staring aghast at the last
horror.
conversation that happened before we started the stream.
And that's
great.
hard to do.
I love that.
It's
Yeah,
hard
it
to
is.
do.
I think we determined she does not like clowns.
I have appreciation of the art of clowning. I studied commedia in school, but I don't like scary clowns that are actual monsters. Why are we eating children?
But what if it's clown testicles?
God, next campaign
Do
is
they
going to be so
float?
much fun.
That could be something.
Do they float?
What like
Are they
it's-
different colors? Are they two different?
Yeah, I'm thinking like a puppetry of the penis act, but like dressed. as
Can
a
there be
clown.
three for like juggling?
Jesus
It's a
Christ.
circus sideshow. Why not?
True.
One of them honks.
Lepetamine existed. I mean, you know.
Wait, what are we saying? Because technically my character for the next campaign is basically going to be a clown type,
Okay, then you need to have three
Showman, so-
testicles that you can like pop off and juggle.
We're
squeaky.
Dang.
critical misconduct canon about the Harengon, and they have three testicles.
I
God.
was going to say, I'm definitely a tiny, small rabbit that's androgynous, so three
even
testicles
funnier.
might be a little weird.
Okay.
What
Can
conversation
Strahd
is
have
this?
3 testicles? That would be fun. That'd be a twist.
We find out after we stake him.
I mean, I could still theoretically be a juggler. That would fit my character, but
It
I'm just not
would,
sure
yeah.
about maybe testicles stolen from my fallen enemies.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's cute. Okay. Anyways,
Collection of clown testicles.
Like, who says there are other clowns? What's with all this clown-on-clown violence?
Wear it like a necklace.
I didn't necessarily say.
Trophies?
I just meant that because they're in your possession, that they're now a clown's testicles.
he put the lotion in the
Oh,
basket.
possessive
Sure.
clowns testicles.
Yeah, clowns. Yeah.
What? I can't remember. Do we have somebody that's a tabaxi?
Right now?
I don't
Yeah.
think so. No, in the next
'Cause we're doing
campaign.
all animals, right? Like,
A
I
lot
think
of them are.
It's. I think. Yeah. I think.
Oh,
I don't
are
think
we?
the
Holy-
whole party is, but yes, it's.
No, that'd actually be kind of cool. Well, I mean, a furball's close enough.
Because I'm
Yeah.
doing a Loxodon, you're doing
I'm
a
doing a-
Harengon.
I think
Or
I'm gonna do
Harengon.
tabaxi then. Tabaxi make a great rogue.
Yeah.
You're doing the mouse
Yeah,
person.
I'm a mouse.
Yeah,
Oh
When I
boy.
was playing Nort, it was great to
we could totally.
The only people who aren't like beast people might be Derek and Tony. I don't know what Tony's planning on doing.
That would be hilarious.
Well, I'll just say this. Derek and I were talking, and I laughed because I thought it was perfect. Derek wants to be him in your circus. He wants to be a
Yeah.
fucking
You're
stage
gonna
manager.
cross out-
He wants to be a damn stage manager for you guys, and I told him, yeah,
Oh.
be the cleric
It makes
stage
sense.
manager. Do the cleric stage manager for the circus.
We don't all have to be
I was
performers
thinking about
anyways,
being
you
a
know.
furball or something too. I'm still debating on
A furball. Oh,
Actually-
God.
That's basically a cow person, more or less, kind of ish, depending on which furball version you use.
Actually, you could be like a forge cleric or an artificer, and that would be perfect for a roustabout.
Yeah, for being the
Forge cleric could be good, yeah.
yeah. I just thought it was
There's probably a
hilarious.
few other ones because there's College of Trickery and stuff. You can still
Yeah.
do some very good. Yeah.
There's
But-
also like a stealth or like a college or like a
College, but
yeah,
domain.
what the fuck? Yeah, Domain of Twilight or something too, isn't there?
There's
Yes,
a bunch of
could
new
be.
domains. They keep introducing all those little subclasses. In
They
all these new
actually stated that the cleric of the domain of Twilight is one of the most powerful domains that you can get as a cleric now. It's
Yeah,
one of
they
the
have the Twilight Trickery.
But anyways, we're talking about a past campaign. We're going to be talking about this campaign, or a future campaign. Let's talk about this campaign, shall we? Reagan, where were we? Where did we leave off?
We have no Reagan.
I know
Reagan
we
has
don't.
left the building.
I'm sorry. I know
I
that
know
we
I had some
technically
bad
started,
dreams.
but I
We have a broken
out of-
arrow. I mean Reagan.
drink. What? Hold on, I don't have my OneNote open. I'm sorry. I had to restart my computer, and so everything I'm not.
I know I had some bad
Okay.
dreams.
Monster clowns.
Um,
Okay.
We all
So,
float down here.
yes, Basil was back on the battlefield. Very sad, the most sad.
Sad boy.
So just we love a sad boy trope, right? And that whole conversation was weird. It was somebody that's like, I'm your protector and I'm gonna keep you alive. And Basil was like, I'm a strong boy. I don't need a protector. But turns out it was his spotter and was like very, very sad, much sad. Crazy. Basil's used to like these PTSD dreams, but these tadpoles are really fucking it up, huh?
I don't know. Have we had much big conversations about those types of dreams? I don't think any of us have really like talked too much. I know I've talked with the doctor on both of mine, but yeah.
Well, and the doctor told you to keep your anti-interrogation training in mind because they're clearly trying to get to us. But yeah, we're making our way.
Downtown.
We're tiny hutting at the moment, right? And then we're making our way
downtown.
down. Walking fast, faces passing them all down. Stand by glare, making my way.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to the forest, and we're going to try to regroup with whomever's there to make a plan to.
Find some clown testicles.
That's farther future. We're talking near future. We need to kill my alleged brother in the castle somewhere. So, very cute. So we gotta make a plan, but we gotta figure out who is here to actually help us in formulating a plan of attacking, taking back this castle and the city, and then, oh God, figuring out what to do after that, I guess.
I'm sorry. I just saw it made me smile. A grave marker that says "Buddy." 1928 to 1941. Born a dog, died a gentleman.
Oh,
Like, oh,
buddy. I've been looking at graves recently. I've been filling out my family tree on Ancestry. It's pretty cool.
I've
What
actually,
did you say the years were, Aaron?
That one said 1928 to 1941.
Oh, I reversed them in my head. I was like, that is an old ass dog. Like that was one of the oldest dogs to ever exist.
Wasn't that
Not
old?
quite the oldest, but up there.
It's only like 13 or 14 years old.
Oh yeah, no, I reversed it in my head and I thought it was like a 27-year-old dog. I was
yeah.
like, Jesus Christ, like that's up there. That's close to record.
Hey, Derek, your camera's fallen over.
Derek, where are you?
Anyways.
Oh, he's doing something illegal. Derek, put your testicles away.
He's preventing somebody from walking in on him again,
Quit-
virtually.
Oh dear.
Quit clowning around.
Look at that whole table shaking. Man, he's getting excited.
Wow. Derek, we are live. This is. Oh dear.
He's made balloon animals.
Here, it's a worm.
Yeah, I never finished my thought before we moved on to it. But yeah, that's kind of what I imagined the testicle clown would be like. It would be like a puppetry of the penis. It'd be like a cross between puppetry of the penis and balloon animals.
Well, what can you do now, right? There's like the brain. There's various shapes one can manipulate.
There's a couple of fellas from Australia who do an act in Vegas that do a lot more. That's where the term puppetry of the penis comes from. Is those guys? It's they do a lot more than the brain.
How much are those tickets, you think?
Oh, I actually looked them up at one point because I thought about taking my ex as a joke. Because I would probably find it more funny and entertaining than she would. But
Derek, did you have to emergency masturbate on us? It had to be done. Was that the?
My microphone fell down.
my microphone fell.
Microphone
Microphone
fell down.
So,
Yeah.
You guys camped overnight
Tiny hut.
in
Thank
the
you for
tiny
the
hut.
tiny hut again.
In the tiny hut.
I'm a big fan. If I'm a wizard or a bard, I'm gonna have tiny hut, because I'm a big fan of tiny hut.
It's useful.
It is. You don't get attacked. Well, I shouldn't say you don't get attacked in the middle of the night. You still get attacked, but you don't get hit in the face in the middle of the night. I like that.
Was it not our giant campaign where we were in tiny hut and woke up to like 3 or 4 giants surrounding our tent, waiting for it to disappear on
We're
us?
just like, cool. Yeah, we'll just sit here and wait.
Not fun.
That any better?
But hey, but the thing is with tiny hut is that we could have woken up to one of those giants hitting us with a great axe. So
This is true. So, you guys wake this morning,
Mhm.
bright and early. Sun is just now cresting over. What do you guys do?
Well, surely Camo would have made breakfast, right?
She
So
could
breakfast.
probably whip something up. Yeah, with her spells, she has plenty of.
And we are like sort of just barely into the forest, right? Or how long had we been?
You've traveled quite a bit.
Oh, we have. Okay. I just remembered the Yeth Hound were close on us, and we had barely gotten in. But I guess we traveled probably farther.
You guys have traveled quite a distance. I mean, I think she discussed it would probably be another half day or a day travel
Okay.
to get to where they need to be.
Boo.
Anything you guys want to do before you head out?
no, there's no AI for me to work on here.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think hearing Taliesin might be in the forest as well is very exciting, and so I'd just like to proceed.
Is that the person we're gonna murder?
Nope. Valor is my brother who we're gonna murder.
Okay.
So,
Taliesin is nice. Please don't murder them.
Taliesin is nice. So, you guys have any other conversations you want before you move forward?
I just imagined us like arm in arm doing like the Yellow Brick Road skip.
I mean, you
That's
do have
very
a Tin
cute.
Man.
You have a Tin Man.
Oh.
Built-in Tin Man.
So, you guys trek forward.
How is it in the Feywild?
It
Cute?
is. You are
Super
very
cute, not scary.
You are more attuned to it. You're not that affected by it. Okay. You're used to the surroundings. You know this area.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
go ahead and guess that since my character is essentially a physics professor, that he's not a big fan of this place where the laws of physics mean nothing.
you would think so, but because you're slightly out of phase and this place is slightly out of phase in a different way, there's a certain comfort to it.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it's more affected by what you would consider magic. It's not.
Yeah.
uncomfortable to you as you'd think it would be. You are kind of flummoxed by the distances. You feel like sometimes you're traveling great distances, and you feel like, and then sometimes you feel like you've only traveled 5 feet. When you know what I mean? Like there's time feels like it's fluctuating, and maybe you're more in tune to it than they are, but you are noticing like there's weird fluctuations of time, and
Time and space, so to speak.
It's a little odd.
Yeah, he'd definitely be interested in that.
You're seeing all these positive, you see all these kind of outcomes that you sometimes see the trails that you see in front of you slightly turn to the left or slightly turn to the right, and you see every other possible outcome, and you're like, that's really freaking weird, because once you turn a corner, you feel like there could have been another corner you could have turned. It's the same corner, but you could have had a completely different outcome.
Yeah, instead of what I normally see where it's other things changing instead of the world, the world staying pretty static, it's the world I'm interacting with itself actually
slightly
its probabilities
altering.
changing.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's unnerving, but it's weird.
It's definitely not normal. Yeah, it's not what he's used to dealing with.
You hear Camo, like she's kind of like walking along. She doesn't feel unsafe at this point, because Capella, that your guys' path is your own now. That any way that they could try to hunt you down would have to be of some sort of magical means to hunt you down, and be relatively difficult. Not saying they couldn't find you. You'd really hope not, but they would have to really go out of your way, and you barely had any time with the enemy. So you are traveling down this dirt path. Dr. Kazim is kind of slowing everyone down just for a second every once in a while, because he's kind of just weirded out.
It's like, yeah, we'll just turn right up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just more sensitive to it. The others are not. They don't notice anything. Capella, you don't notice anything. He's just kind of weirded out.
But I noticed the doctor being weird.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess the best way I think you guys would probably notice it is that, like, the weird foreknowledge and stuff that the doctor seems to normally exhibit is off. Like, he's walking ahead and, normally he's like, I know exactly where I'm going, and he'll go to turn right and there's not a trail to the right or whatever.
Continue down the path. What is the trekking order?
I obviously Camo's leading us, right? So I'm gonna be probably up front with her.
I'm gonna say with what's happening, I wouldn't normally do this, but I'm saying the doctor's probably trailing behind because he's the one having the most trouble navigating, so to speak. So I would think he would be the slowest.
That's fitting. I was going to take the rear with him just to keep an eye out for anybody pursuing us, so.
It would probably be with the captain.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like probably up front, like behind. So who's first? Camo's first,
Mm-hmm.
Ammo and
and then who's after that? And then Capella. Then I'd be after Capella.
Okay.
I'd be after Greg.
put Tony in the middle.
Just say, yeah, we'll just say Tony's in the middle.
In front of the doctor and I taking up the rear here. And I just periodically, every time I see the doctor, stop and like do whatever he's doing. I'm not even paying attention to him, but I'm taking that opportunity to look around with the lack of footsteps to try to listen out and see if anybody's tracking us, following us.
So
You're hyper vigilant while the doctor's Mr. Magoo in it
I just
everywhere.
completely ignore you.
So, as you guys are traveling down this path, you are traveling and traveling, taking some time. Capello's kind of looking back a little bit, paying attention, making sure you guys
Probably
are not
looking
being
back at the doctor like,
The fuck
what
is
is
going
this
on with
guy's
this guy?
problem?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Basil
And I probably look at the captain to like,
and
can you help keep an eye on him?
Dr. Kazim.
Mm-hmm.
You're walking along slightly behind. And you hear something in the distance.
I mean, both of our passive perception is pretty ridiculously high, so that makes sense.
18 for me.
Mine's a 19, yeah, so...
Yeah. Yeah.
You swear you hear a tune. A song in the distance.
The doctor kind of looks over at Harland for a second, and he says, "My friend, I'm sorry, but this place has me a little out of sorts. Do you hear
Yeah.
music?"
Mm-hmm.
And you hear in the distance, "You're no stranger to love. So do I."
Is that ancient Earth masterpiece that they play on holidays? There's chamber choruses singing with Astley in the future.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around.
The
and
only Wheel of
desert
Fortune clue you can get without a single letter.
Dr. Kazim and Basil, I need you to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh, that's not good.
Nope, not for me
This
either.
is
Aaron,
High
this
perception,
is a
not
very personal attack. I think this is a bit over the line, sir.
Yeah,
Would a charisma based attack? Would it be a charisma saving throw, or would it be a wisdom saving throw?
most of the ones that attack using charisma as the attack throw are wisdom based,
they're
but I think
usually-
it depends.
Right. This is more of a control thing.
Then it would be wisdom if it's like
Yeah,
a control.
yeah. If
Yeah.
it's anything that affects the mind is normally a wisdom save or intelligence, the rare
Oh.
intelligence save.
I mean,
Does Basil
Aaron,
start to boogie?
you know this group. Wisdom saving throws are not our forte at all.
As
I
I
plan
have
on
a plus 8
improving mine
perception,
by
but
the
I'm
end of
fucking
the
Here's-
campaign.
plus 2 wisdom.
yeah. So here's the cool thing is you pass Dr. Kazim because it seems to go in and out for you. So it would make sense that you would pass. But Basil is hearing this music. And he starts to walk off the path towards the
You
music.
boogie off the path? Is it a little bit of a shimmy with it?
Woogie, woogie,
Do 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 do. Give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna move around and desert you.
As Basil steps off the path, the doctor yells
While my
for...
character's dancing in game, I have to go get my DoorDash, so I'll dance.
But yeah, as he starts to leave the path, given what Camus is telling us, or told us, telling, wow, it's a new one. Given what she's told us, the doctor immediately yells for Camus. Or Camo, or however, I can't remember how we say her name. I think it shows what kind of a pedantic asshole I am that I just default to Camus, but you know.
I like it though. It's nice. Somebody's having an existential crisis.
Yeah.
Why not?
She wrote The Plague.
but yells for camo. So do we see him boogieing away?
Yeah, you start seeing him to boogie and start heading off the trail.
Yeah, I imagine so now we all see this, right? So
Yes, and at
we
this
all turn
point-
around and, yeah.
Camo goes, "Oh, fuck." And she starts to go after him, like, bolt.
Okay, the doctor's gonna do the same then.
And you see, all you hear her saying, "Someone stop him!"
Would I know what is happening to him? Like, is there anything aside from physically stopping him that would be helpful to do?
You know what? I have something for just this moment, except do I have it yet? Yes, I do. Let's hope his constitution saving throw sucks, which it probably this is normally meant to be used on an enemy, but the doctor is going to attempt to freeze him in time and use
Oh
a
no!
charge of his momentary stasis.
Oh, Chrissy! Oh no!
So I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw, Chris.
So, question with the dancing. I may have missed a description. Am I like fully charmed, or am I still in control of my own thoughts and just can't control my body?
You are enchanted by the music,
Okay.
and
No, I was gonna say because I was like, I'll purposely fail.
I was gonna
but
say,
if yeah.
Yeah.
no,
You
you
said
are
Constitution?
compelled to join in
Okay.
on the party.
Constitution saving throw.
Yes.
Yes.
Watching it do. Well, it's the same. Plus, it's the wisdom. So
20.
Of course.
He rolls really damn well.
I know, and they're both shitty like bonuses to both of those. So yeah.
Nope.
It didn't work.
Now, if only those rolls had been reversed. That's all I've got.
Okay.
I can stop
He
you in
continues walking forward. You guys, what do you do?
time. Actually, hold on. Let me see. I might have something for this as well. I can't remember. That's not an ability check. That's a saving throw, isn't it? Oh no! It also works on saving throw. I'm gonna burn up all my shit trying to keep you from running into the fucking Feywild. Okay. Luckily that doesn't count as a reaction, so I'm gonna burn my reaction to make him re-roll that save.
For the
Yes, that
Wisdom.
Constitution save.
Constitution save. Gotcha. Could have done this for the wisdom. Just saying.
I
Can
could
I-
have.
Can
I
I?
didn't think about it in the moment, and it's been too long now. So.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing as offering help to give him disadvantage on the roll?
No,
okay.
Not for that type
not
of
for this
thing.
type. If it was like a strength or a dex or something, you could be like grabbing
Okay.
hold of him, but okay.
Yeah.
An
Okay.
8.
There you go.
He currently
Eight.
you start running out of the path and you see these two coming out.
And this was unconscious, so he's unconscious now?
No,
he
he's
is
frozen in space.
considered paralyzed, basically.
Okay. Okay.
He's frozen in time for 10 seconds until the end of my next turn.
Okay. End of your next turn.
Yes.
So if I
Someone-
get a save against this effect, anyways, then.
Someone
Yeah,
better
hope.
pick him up and tie him.
Well, do I get a
Can
save against the
Camo-
dancing thing? Like at on my turns?
Right. So here's what I'm gonna do. What you guys have time to like tie him or do something to make it so he
Can
can't
Camo-
move.
you have 10 seconds to grab him.
Well, what I'm
So,
saying is,
Can
do I have?
Camo-
Possible. It's possible down the line, but it basically
It's not a once per turn thing. Like at the end of my turn, I get to save against it.
it hasn't gotten to that yet. I
Can
want to know
Camo
what they're gonna do.
create the floating disc, and can we tie him to the disc and just keep moving?
Yeah, you can.
That
Great.
would be like 2 actions. That's why I'm saying. In that time,
Yeah.
I'll have a chance to save
Oh.
myself.
We
That's
need
why
to,
I'm-
we need to bind him before we do anything else to keep him from, because I'm only paralyzing him for 1 turn. That's all it
I
is. It's what this is normally used for is I'm a squishy wizard and the big bad's running at me and I
You stop
pause
time.
him for 10 seconds to run away.
Yeah. So
I have rope. I can tie him up.
yeah, you have enough time probably to tie him up to make it so he can't go anywhere.
And I can drag him. I'm strong.
Well, Camo and I both have
The
pencil
disc,
floating
right?
discs, so
right.
that's
well,
not
I
the
was
issue.
right. Okay, but we said that was gonna be 2 actions. So if I just tie him up, then we
Well,
can
yeah,
just
but if
tie
we
up.
tie him up first, that's what I
Right.
meant.
So-
All I meant was like we need to
Yeah.
stop
so,
him from moving first, then we
Okay.
can do whatever the hell we want.
I can hog tie him.
All right, and then you hear like Camo go, "Good, now let's get as far away from here as possible. Get back on the track."
Okay.
I'm assuming you saw Trevlo and like Robert stayed on the path.
Would we have told them to stay? Stay.
Robert stayed on
Okay.
the path because everybody just kind of suddenly ran out there, and he he was kind of like wanted to take a look and actually figure out what was going on before he rushed off into the
Yeah.
the Feywild. So,
Right,
so
and he
he's
didn't get too
watching
far.
what's happening and assessing the situation.
Right.
That's why
Basil didn't get too far. It's not like you guys
No.
lost the path. You
No.
caught him in time to be able to get back on the path and and keep going. And you just hear Camo just swear up a storm in the air. She goes, "Little fucking badgers, fucking hate them." Get your own people.
There are badger
would you
people.
mind making a disc so that we can just
No, yeah, she
more
goes.
easily
She
drag him along with
easily
us.
just goes ahead and makes that disc. You throw him on top of the disc.
great?
As you guys keep a distance, Basil, go ahead and do another saving throw.
How fun! It's like I'm
Yeah.
walking a pet,
So,
but it's a disc with a person on it.
A minute goes by, and then you suddenly you hear him suddenly not hum anymore, and you kind of come to, and you're kind of lost for a minute. as
I
you're
mean,
looking
if it was musical, I am proficient and carry a harmonica with me at all times. I could have actually just joined in with the harmonica. Just
well,
saying.
you were tied up.
I mean, to begin with.
How do you feel about being tied up right now?
I don't know. Do
Floating
I have
on a
memory?
disc.
I was gonna say, do I have a memory of what happened? Because if I have a memory of what happened, I'll understand.
It's kind of cloudy, but you kind of get a gist of what happened.
Then I wouldn't be too terribly upset.
I
But
mean,
I would want let out. as
you
quickly
you
as
you
possible.
had this sudden feel of euphoria, so you're kind of. It's kind of like you got you're going down on a drug.
Assuming that you untie
Come on,
me,
Dad.
I just look at you, Capella, and be like, "Fuck your home," and then I go back to the end of the line with the doctor.
This place sucks.
So what you do know is as
Like an
Camo
indirect
proceeds to
fire
tell
in
you,
Afghanistan, you're just like, "Fuck this place."
there's a traveling troupe that sways you into joining them. It's all fine and good until you find out that you play and you sing endlessly until you die.
Until you die.
You so
The dancing sickness.
it's basically equivalent. Like it's
Yeah.
a band that continuously plays and you continuously dance and troop around the Feywild, and yeah,
Until you
could-
die from exhaustion or starving.
Yeah, whichever comes first. It's not great.
Aren't we all glad we didn't live in the Middle Ages?
But Camo just calls them badgers because, not necessarily that they are badgers, just as a general insult.
Oh, yeah.
But could they be badger people?
There could be badger people out there, you don't know.
Now I want to badger people.
Badger.
Badger.
Mushroom.
They get a +2 bonus to Constitution, and they are immune to Charm and Fear because Honey Badger don't give a fuck.
Fuck.
That's true.
That's fair.
That's a fair thing.
Okay. Well, so if we're trusting Basil to behave himself and act, better, stay on the path, then he is allowed to be released.
Yeah, and you release him. He seems fine. The only thing that's really irritating is occasionally you hear him humming the song still, because it's goddamn it, it's catchy as shit.
It's catchy as shit. I've actually made that joke before of like, I wonder if people like Odysseus, when they encounter the sirens and they had him like tie him to the ship, like for like 6 months after that, the other guys on the boat are like, God damn it, Odysseus, would you quit humming the fucking song?
It's just a nice little side effect as he kind of hums along, and then you hear a harmonica in the background kind of just playing it. You now know the song, Never Gonna Give You Up.
I cannot believe, Aaron, that you would allow that to be canon in this universe. Like, that is
Why would I not?
truly
In our universe,
chaotic
the
evil.
Earth existed. There
Yes.
was a Rick Astley at one time.
Right.
He existed.
And if there's any one song that would survive it, it's that fucking song.
Nuclear holocaust. Yeah.
That's true.
That and Mozart, only things played in.
You guys.
Or it's actually it's that and Paco Bell's canon.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's absolutely perfect.
Which is worse over time. Sorry, I was just checking to make sure I didn't have any emails. So, you guys continue to trek forward.
I love that in this episode we've referenced Paco Bell's canon, Camus, and juggling clown testicles.
As you do.
we really are well trained, theater nerds. It's fine.
Triple testicles, no less.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also imagine them being like a nice, like, pastel variation.
Oh, obviously.
Like a
Yeah,
nice-
I mean, or like neon.
I don't know. For some reason, I feel like pastel is the way to go.
Easter colors. Nice Easter colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a nice soft, like, blue and green and pink.
Very pastoral.
I just think it'd be cute.
Okay, so
You can always just
I was
go with
thinking of a
varying-
because I was
varying
thinking of a
shades
bunny.
blue balls.
Are you
Yeah, I
implying
was-
that pastors like to get their hands on testicles?
Historically speaking. I mean, whether we're talking the Catholic Church or castratis, I'm just putting it out there.
Does the Catholic Church still exist in this world in some vein, do we think?
No.
Good.
Not in the there's no Holy See anymore, but one of our, I won't ruin it for you and tell you which one, but one of our deities is based on Christian theology.
Oh.
So yes, the Christian religion still kind of exists in our universe,
But
but,
it's-
no, the
But
Holy
it's
See's
been
gone.
but it's totally been bastardized and
You would not recognize it at all as Christianity. That's why I said I wouldn't ruin it for you guys. 'Cause-
Okay.
yeah, general Christianity still kind of survives, but not anything specific. It's something even more out there.
yeah, it's like archetypes, basically. Like, kind of like.
Jesus riding a T-Rex. That still exists.
No, it's more like, the archetype of, like Jesus, Bacchus, and Osiris all fit the archetype of the resurrecting God man. And so it's more like Joseph Campbell like that. It's not like Christianity itself still exists. It's like the bones of those religions leaked into the new ones, so to speak.
Great. Great.
I
Very
mean,
cute.
the way they've always been doing stuff. That's the way
Yeah.
religions have been always been.
Yep.
They've been just taking it from other older faiths and other religions to kind of make it their own.
That's kind of how I did our religions. Was I imagined how they might look after a 1,000,000-year-long game of telephone.
it works. So, you guys continue traveling. Later in the day, sun is finally, it's getting actually pretty late. Time is just not doing well for you, Doctor. You are not...
I don't like this.
Yeah.
It was interesting at first. I don't like it now.
Yeah. You
Interesting.
even...
First, we got attacked when we stepped foot out the door.
Right. What's even weirder is that it's not just the land you're sitting on. You look at the sun, and at one point it's setting like you would think it would set, and then it's setting in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It keeps switching on you occasionally, and it fucks with you because now the sun is moving in different directions. So even day and night cycles get a little weird sometimes on this place, depending on where you're at and what you're doing.
Perception of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your perception.
I don't like it.
You guys continue a little bit of ways. Sun is starting to go down. And
It's like a worse version of how I normally perceive things, and I already don't like how I normally perceive things, so I'm not a fan.
You finally come to what looks like a clearing. And Camo turns to you, Capella, and she goes, "Do you feel it?"
Do I feel it?
Do an Arcana check.
Okay.
Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it?
The cat obviously does. I hear the cat. Meow.
I feel it in my toes. Oh God, is he mad again?
Even with an 8, you...
I'm looking at him. He's staring at me from the kitchen.
Come feed me, you asshole!
It's not my job.
Feed the idiot cat. So, even with a horrible score of 8, you still...
Hey, it's a very strong 8.
Well, roll again, please.
Okay.
I'll make it as an advantage because you would recognize it.
What the heck? I did it. I'll do it again. Oh no, worse. Nope.
14.
Okay, they're better.
Okay, a 14. So you feel this energy that you felt before, and it feels like you're cresting a veil.
Feels like Christmas.
Hi guys.
Hi, Tony.
He made it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got rat fucked at work.
Oh. But how was it? Did you stab people today?
He literally got fucked by a rat.
Yeah, it was really uncomfortable for everyone. No, no. Robert, one of the other managers I work with, asked me to close for him, and I said, no, I gotta make it to my D&D game, so I'm out at 4:30. And dude just left the building at 3, and I was the only person with keys in the place, so I had to close. I'm like, you're a fucker, dude.
That was kind of a dick move.
Yeah, that is
That
okay.
is disrespectful.
It's
We do have a very
That
important
is okay. I'll
question.
season his coffee.
Tony, we've got an important question though for you because we've been having a debate.
Okay.
If
good
you
move.
were a clown with 3 testicles, would you say that those 3 testicles, which are obviously detachable, one could juggle with, right? Obviously,
Sure.
Would you feel like they would be better as like more pastel shades or more neon shades?
Or like like a bright primary, the kind of like the crayons that would come in like a little kids pack at Denny's,
Well, I mean,
Like
if it's
a
me,
nice bright
like
red.
one's gonna be pastel, one's gonna be a very vibrant blue, and one's gonna be like neon. So it would.
I don't
Mix it up.
think
Too
that's
much-
not
too
right.
much
I don't
chaos.
like that.
No,
Some-
No, but I don't
I'm
like
with
that.
Reagan on that. Yep.
Too
No,
much
don't like
chaos.
that.
Too much
Hey,
chaos.
you guys asked him his opinion.
I know, and he's wrong. His opinion is wrong.
Reagan has strong feelings about Reagan has strong feelings about clown testicles.
Oh, shit.
Tony hasn't smoked enough for this.
I needed to turn off the glaring lights in the back.
That is incredible.
You missed a really beautiful conversation about bodies and changing bodies and drugs and just we landed on testicles before Aaron got sick of it and decided we should start doing what we were supposed to be doing.
Hey, to anyone
But-
watching out there, don't do
Streaming
drugs.
on this channel that we tell people will start at a certain time and absolutely never does.
Ah, that's great.
PSA for everyone: check your junk.
You know, that's a good that's
give
good
it a feel
advice
every once in a
though.
while. It's God gives you a pass on that one.
In the words of Shorzy, give your balls a tug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, like, I've been freaked out about testicular cancer since I learned about it in 9th grade. So I like do that shit once a week. I'm like, is that? Oh my god. Okay.
Mhm. Well, and you gotta check your breast too. You know, my friend just had double biopsies, cancer free. Thank goodness. We're very glad for that.
No,
So-
honestly, even for men, breast cancers are becoming way more common for men now than they used to be.
Just check it out. Ask a friend. Help, right? Like, do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself.
Show the hormones in our food.
And go to the doctor. You don't want to lose a testicle from gonorrhea, folks, okay? So just make sure you go to the doctor if something's off.
Nobody knows that story.
nobody wants to know that story. Anyways, back to this.
Tony actually, Tony and Derek played first-hand witness to. Well, I mean, obviously not all of that story, but
To the
parts of it.
testicles? They've seen the testicles firsthand?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them that one. I
Derek?
never bared
What
witness to
testicles are we
the
referring to?
Johnny, you know.
Oh, one is the loneliest number that you ever knew.
Oh,
I have
Tony, you
not
just
seen it.
The
missed
human's real
it.
name.
There was a song. There was a
Oh.
song.
Did he miss it? Did
Did he
anyone
miss
roll
it?
for him?
No, we're past it. It doesn't count. It was only
So
you and the
chaos.
doctor.
So chaos.
Like, I didn't see it, but I was at a party where he dropped trow in front of one of our friends, and from the next room, I heard her laughter and her exclaim drunkenly, "Oh my God, you've only got one ball."
That's
He-
rude.
he
You
later-
can't
he
laugh
later-
about stuff like that.
Yeah, right. That's not funny.
That's not
If you
nice.
knew what kind of
You
epic
knew the
douche this
human
dude
being.
was,
Yeah.
you would know that he deserved every ounce of that laughter.
I don't
pretty,
know. That
pretty
just seems
terrible human being.
This
not
dude
nice.
and his best
Then
friend.
why would she be in a room with him and his one testicle if he's a terrible human being? That seems like a bad choice on her part, but she don't have to be rude
Well, I mean, it was
about
a bad
it.
choice on all of our parts because he was part of our.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
like
Yeah.
if man.
We're gonna move forward.
It's me. We all tried to. We all tried to divorce ourselves from that particular human being at one point.
So,
Dude, I still have him blocked on Facebook, and I am thankful for it because he was like getting into the QAnon shit, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Sign the law.
Yikes.
Bye-bye.
Big yikes. Okay, so we're feeling a feeling in the forest. We feel feelings.
yes. So yeah, Tony. The only thing you missed is that the Feywild try to sway Basil to have
Run
a
off
little
into the
dance and
forest.
song
The
to
dulcet tones of Rick Astley.
the
He
dulcet
got
tones of Rick Astley.
sirened by Face Sirens, kind of.
Oh, there's face sirens about? That's
I mean,
rough.
they're not. I don't know if they're actual sirens, but they were doing some similar shit. Of,
We
like, playing
suspect
music
that
and
they're
getting people to dance off in the
badgers.
forest. Yeah, badger
Hmm.
people.
Badger
So-
people.
Badger people.
Fade badgers?
Yeah, singing "Never Gonna Give You Up."
God, now I have to homebrew a fucking badger race. This is gonna happen.
Now,
Uh,
we don't need no stinking badgers.
Badger, 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 badger.
That's great. This is Aaron. You've done a really good job so far tonight, and I'm sorry also. For...
I'm also sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, magic feelings.
So you have this feeling like you're cresting a veil as you see Camo suddenly take her finger, and it looks like she is ripping through a fabric of time and space right there. She just, and it looks like it's tearing through that space. And then she peeks through, she walks through, and she goes, "You coming?"
I'm scared. Okay, let's go.
You come in,
Uh,
and you
the
see
doctor is gonna take a second to examine this wound in time and space.
Yeah.
it's more of
I
a
don't know how I feel about walking into a.
it's more of a magical effect than anything else. It was just I'm more
Yeah.
giving you a feeling. As she does that, it just pierces the veil of what looks like some sort of high magic that is making it so no one can see what's beyond there.
Yeah, it's illusory. Not.
Yeah. So she peeled
So I
through.
I'll pick up a stone and throw it through her little gateway and see what happens.
It goes through.
Well, I'm already walking through it.
And you
Why
hit
are
Capella with the
throwing
stone.
stones? No.
I don't throw it at you.
Because-
I'm not a dick.
Because fuck your home, I still don't trust it.
Yeah, no, this is, don't stereotype all dwarves. Just because we had one dickhead dwarf doesn't mean they're all dickheads.
As you guys
feel perfectly.
walk through, you see a massive encampment.
You see a massage.
Yeah.
I think Capella's gonna feel great relief seeing a massive encampment
Yeah.
because she knows that she's gonna need a lot of help.
And you see what looks like 20 what are the name of the creatures with half deer, half men?
Satyrs?
Oh,
Yeah, so you see
Yeah.
you see satyrs, the four-legged ones.
Oh.
Centaurs?
You see centaurs.
Yeah, I guess it'd be like a centaur, but deer instead
Yeah.
of horse.
But deer instead of
Oh,
horse?
a horse. Well, I don't. I
Is
can't
there a
remember.
specific?
I mean,
I'm sure
There's
there
birds
is.
as well?
Yeah, there are deer people. Now you're making me
Are they
think
like
about
the
what makes
sexy
sense.
centaurs from Fantasia?
there are good-looking centaurs there, but they're not.
Aren't the centaurs from Fantasia children and also one's really racist? Am I remembering a different Fantasia?
So you see centaurs, and you see like a group of like satyrs. They're all in their separate encampments. You see as you're walking through what looks like a couple hundred fairy and brownies encamped in one area.
Brownies?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
what are brownies?
So basically, think fairy
They're like
without
fairies.
wings. Without wings.
Okay.
So they basically they just can't fly.
I
But they're
did not
definitely
know about these
magical, and
people.
they definitely
guess
have
there's-
specialists in poisons.
Servitars.
Haven't you ever
Oh,
seen
dear.
Willow?
Centaur.
You ever see the movie Willow? Reagan?
Not Mardigan.
No.
You need to see it. It's very good.
It's a good movie.
It's on Disney Plus right now. Not now, but right now. And then you can watch Princess Bride. Woohoo! Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't like Princess Bride.
Why don't you like Princess
Apparently,
Bride?
there's also a race called the Hibsil.
Yeah.
That was.
But
like
but anyways, watch Willow.
it's not in 5e.
It has a lot of great actors in it. It's a really fun fantasy. Does have scary moments, but it's still fun.
It went away.
Who would?
That's the best part.
Oh.
You dwell in darkness without me, and it went away.
But Chrissy, you said the deer people are called what?
Servitars? Like instead of
Serv-
centaur, it's servitor.
Yeah.
Servitor.
Um,
Cute.
And they also used to have.
One of them's named Buck.
Hi. Come here. Come on.
They also used to have a race in 3.5 called the Hybsil. They're like HYBSIL that were
Quit
basically.
rubbing your face on my
centaur.
chair. Just come here.
So
I'm not
yeah,
gonna
they
give you food, you fat bastard. Oh God.
So you're seeing that these looks like the Fae have gathered.
Okay.
The Fae. In this encampment.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear in the distance, as you're walking over, you hear a gentleman, a familiar voice, and you hear him say, "Auntie! Oh my God, Auntie, you've made it!"
My auntie.
Yeah, and he's talking about Camo.
Yeah.
And you recognize him. Your secret betrothed. As you see him hug Camo, and then he sees you, widen his eyes, and there's a grin on his face. He doesn't want to express it, but he's extremely happy to see you. He quickly bows to you and goes, "Princess, I am so glad to see you have survived."
It's good to see you too, Taliesin.
He
In like a very cool way.
he kind of sheepishly kind of gets a little like red faced, and he kind of goes, he goes, yeah, there's a certain sense of like slight awkwardness. But he quickly turns back to Camo. Camo goes, "But what is going on at this moment?" It's just like, well, you've made it just in time. They were about to have a big meeting shortly. They're starting to sort out what's to do next. They were going to do it without you, but I held them off as long as possible. They'll be getting together. The council will be getting together in the next hour or two. I'm so happy to see you. And who are all these weird folk?
Oh, they're not weird. This is our crew. Very brave individuals, despite their looks. But they have agreed to come and support our cause.
And he kind of looks at everyone, and he goes, "Are those humans?"
I think so.
Not a human, bro.
I turn to the doctor and say in our native weird version that they probably hopefully can't understand, but just like, I'm just gonna talk like this because I don't want to deal with these people. So just back me up. I can't speak the version they're speaking. Living up to one of my features.
This is I was gonna say, yeah, he would be aware of Harlan's character trait, I imagine, with the years they've spent together.
Basically, yeah.
So...
I try to pretend that I don't understand the local language, so I don't have to deal with people. Actually, one of my character flaws.
That's one of his character flaws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will speak in this tongue, or if I'm talking to Tony, I can speak Dwarvish because we learned when we were training together. So yep, that's I'll use my other languages for now, just for funsies.
Taliesin actually quickly turns to the language, and he actually responds in one or two words of like would be equivalent of like broken English. And now you're kind of taken aback. He responds, he goes, basically the equivalent of like, you are welcome here in that in your language. And you're kind of taken aback. And then he quickly turns to Capella and she goes, they speak a weird dialect of the old ancient written word.
They do. They're very smart.
Because they've never really heard it spoken, but they've seen it written. Your guys' weird dialect, the weird language that you guys... Basically, it's not common. You are speaking English.
Mhm.
Bits and
Yeah, we're
pieces.
speaking the Terran language.
You're
so to
speaking
speak.
the Terran language. And what would be the equivalent of what English would be, maybe with some slight Chinese.
So like we're kind of the equivalent of a modern English speaker hearing an old English speaker talk.
Yes.
Because Common is based off of our language, right? Like evolved from our language, right?
Is it Old English or is it Middle English? Because
Or yeah, Middle
I feel like
English. that's-
Yeah.
I was thinking more Old English because Old
But
English would be almost unintelligible.
If it was going to
Unless
be
you knew
anything,
it.
think Firefly, where they've merged Chinese and
Yeah.
English in that world, because it was the two major languages before Earth was destroyed. I mean, it makes sense that those two languages would survive, and they kind of merged with each other. That's kind of the language you guys are speaking. And you're kind of taken back that he kind of understands you. He obviously doesn't understand the dialect. It's obviously changed and evolved, but it's kind of like the equivalent of like reading Latin, but you're speaking Spanish.
Yeah, it's he'll hear us speak. It's it's like if you know another Romance language and you hear someone speaking
A different romance.
another
language.
Romance language you don't know, where you're like, I think I know what word you just said, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but
Like, I'm pretty sure that's red because it sounds real similar to the one I know,
Yeah.
but
yeah. So
I'm
you-
not quite sure.
he kind of impressed that he picked up the language. He goes, and he's just kind of taken aback. And Capella, you're not taken back. He's very much a linguist. He's very learned.
I think she's impressed with him
Yeah.
and is encouraged that he's able to communicate with these people.
But he's kind of, I mean, I'm sure you'd be very happy, but it doesn't completely surprise you. I mean, he's very good
No.
with his words and his language.
He's very
linguistic.
smart. They're very smart.
Yeah.
Everyone here is going to get along great.
So he goes, come, I'm sure you need food. Let's warm up on the fire. By the fire, we can talk further.
Thank you.
As he guys leads you on to the wood elf camp.
And I'll walk beside him, sort of close where we can kind of feel each other's body heat, but like not super close.
Okay.
The doctor's gonna also walk super close, but not feel anyone's body. His armor is gonna get slightly more warm on the outside.
I'll just kind of hang back and be like, why is everyone walking so close?
Why are we all shoulder to shoulder? This is weird.
As you guys
Weird.
head up to the camp, you guys are presented with like wood bowls full of what looks like hearty like stew. And
What does it smell like?
it smells like gamey meat, possibly rabbit stew. They obviously been hunting in the Feywild for the food that they need.
My future character is very worried right now.
Is there a vegetarian option, Aaron?
an evolved society in which we're able to consume bugs as protein, right?
I
Like
also
that
feel
feels...
like, I feel like there would be a pretty high density
There
of
is.
druids
There's also
in the
there-
Feywild,
There's also
so I feel like
there's plenty
Well,
of
Taliesin is a druid, and so is Camo.
there's plenty of also like fruit and vegetables, things like that. You can easily eat what you care to eat.
You
I
can
mean,
chew on some
doctors-
bark.
the doctor's just opening his mask up, like hinging it up just slightly, since it works like a old helmet,
mhm.
and he's just like eating crudité through the slot at the
Oh.
by his chin, just like.
Yeah, you do.
Jumping on some celery.
Yeah, you do see like the equivalent of what looks like apples, some sort of apple.
Fruit tray. We got a fruit tray.
Yeah, basic fruit
Great.
tray. Nothing too exciting.
It's like a fruit shark coochie board,
Yeah.
which I hate. I'm sorry I did that to you all.
We're gonna move past it. That's okay. We'll get over it. I
I
think.
was actually reading about that today. A friend.
Charcuterie?
Yeah, people using the term shark coochie instead of charcuterie,
Oh,
and
that hurts my brain
Yeah.
worse than the papers I graded in grad school, dude.
yeah,
Like, is that like when the gazpacho comes to get you?
yeah. Gazpacho police.
Gazpacho police.
Well, you know what they say when you're about to
How-
enjoy your meal: bone apple
Fuck.
tea.
That goddamn dumb get elected.
Bone apple
Guys, revenge is best served cold.
tea.
I don't like gazpacho.
I'm also not a fan.
Not a
I'm not a
fan
fan
either.
of cold
It
soups
feels
in
like
general.
drinking salsa, and I'm just like, can I have some chips? What are we doing?
I come from a very stew-centric culture, so cold soup just feels super weird to me.
hmm
Really
I
good.
like it
Never
cold,
had
like a
cold
watermelon
Make me
soup.
go, yes, I'll have more of that.
It depends on the context, is what I would say.
My aunt would always
I
have
forget what it was. I had a
gazpacho.
cold soup once in the summer, and I was like, "This is actually."
Well,
refreshing.
it's the same
I
thing
like
with
this.
why I don't like tomato-based drinks either. I'm like,
Oh, I love a Bloody Mary. But
Nope.
just like I don't like vodka though, so I like the tomato juice with like the spicy.
I can't do it.
I just want a tomato juice drink. I don't want a vodka.
Just
Correct.
make a Bloody
Correct.
Mary with no alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I like a
Made
bloody
into-
bowl
used to be
though,
as a
right?
brushed into a sauce and thrown over pasta, or made into salsa.
One of the first beers I
Thrown
ever
over.
had was actually a Michelada. So
Ooh.
yeah, my uncle was a big fan of the old Michelada.
What's the ones made
so.
in Canada? There are versions of, but it's used with clamato juice instead.
Oh yeah, it's beer and clamato juice. God damn it, what is that drink? I can't
You
remember.
can do
That's
thing.
I know what you're talking about.
An abomination against God.
The wrong that
We used
must
to go
be
to-
right.
JG Melons all the time. That was one of my coworkers'
it's-
favorite
it-
joints, and so we'd go there. They have a bloody bull, and it's delicious.
It's called the Caesar,
Caesar.
a Caesar. So it's
Make you want to stab yourself in the back, does it?
Clamato and beer.
no
like
a clamato juice with beer is called a red eye. That's something different.
Oh.
This is called a Caesar.
Okay.
Gotta think of a drink and call it the Kaiser Shuzzy.
Guys are so sad.
Uh,
Oh my God.
Yes.
Stop it!
So instead of just tomato juice, they use clamato juice.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I'm not into like a fishy flavored beverage for me. It's a no.
But anyways, you guys sit along the campfire, eating whatever food you want to eat. Druids are
I'm
not
gonna try
afraid
to-
to eat meat. Not
I
all
said
druids
everything
are
to be
going to be.
polite.
Yeah, not everything is going to be veg. Not all druids are going to be vegetarians.
I know that's why, but I just meant that there are orders of druids who are
Yeah.
strict vegetarians. So I thought this might be a good place to.
Oh yeah, they have plenty of everything you would want. I mean, like I was just giving you an example of what they had. At this
Also,
camp.
I was just joking. Not that I'm joking about the doctor is a vegetarian, but
Mhm. For obvious reasons.
I was just asking. Yeah, I mean, he sees enough death constantly. So not a big fan of the meat. The doctor.
I feel like I would try to
Robert goes
introduce.
right for the meat table. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to introduce Taliesin to everybody. So, Opal, one of his eye is made of stone, so that's not the one that you look at. You look at the other one. He's the short one. And our captain of our ship, Robert, he's the yellow one. And then we have Trevlo, who is the
The pilot.
pilot.
The small green one.
Word. He's the green one. He talks too much, so just avoid conversation in general with him. And then, yes, the humans are the doctor and Basil, and they are still confusing. I don't know. They kind of keep to themselves, so I'm still not fully sure what's going on with them. And I'd probably also tell Taliesin about how we all came to be on a ship together. That we're ultimately working on a mission to get rid of the tadpoles in our brains. So that's what we're going to be working on after.
What are you
we deal
saying,
with this
Derek? You're
situation.
whispering something.
I was just going moon shadow.
Moon Shadow.
What?
I talk too much.
Okay. Did you get enough to eat?
What were you saying? Go on.
Did you get enough to eat, Trevlo?
Sorry, continue on.
Okay.
My calories.
Sorry.
I know that was it. That's my introduction. I've introduced what I know
Pilot
about
is a
these people.
3-foot tall alcoholic. That'd be great.
Sorry, guys. I had to check to make sure my Outlook. I didn't have any emails or voicemails.
You're good.
Do I talk too much because I know?
I had to take time to pet a dog.
So,
You gonna pet a dog?
Pet a dog.
you guys spend some time discussing some things. Taliesin actually heads over to the doctor and Basil. Sits next to you guys because he's absolutely fascinated by the language. He starts speaking to you.
I regret all my decisions from today already.
All of them.
He
Every single one.
he turns to Basil because he's like, so where are you guys from originally?
Speak it Artuk.
Yeah, sure. Saw his curiosity earlier. I definitely perceived that anyway. So, oh yeah, I'll go ahead and tell him. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
shit's weird already. Why not?
And he's just kind of
The
like,
Underdark.
he's just completely like bewildered.
I actually speak deep speech, by the way, so that could work.
He is completely just fascinated by you two, and he goes, but why does the doctor look so different?
His mother was a robot.
Yeah.
Lots of drugs.
Just straight faced, I say that before he can even start to answer. I just
How-
want to gauge his reaction.
How is... What is a robot?
I mean, they would have like some scheme.
That's what I
of
thought, yeah, I was like-
automatons.
I'm confused.
He
now,
doesn't.
so I'm
He
just gonna-
doesn't understand what the word
The
robot
word
is.
means, yeah.
He doesn't know. So like, if you called it like a construct, he would go, "Oh," he would understand
No,
construct.
that's what is before Basil can answer. The doctor finally pipes up and says, "A robot was in his language, like in common, not in our
Mhm.
language. A robot was our word for a mechanical construct. And no, my mother was not a robot. My friend is just having some fun with you."
I just smile and go back to eating my soup.
Gazpacho. Gazpacho.
And he continues to have a mild conversation with you guys, just about, you know.
And if he said something about my appearance, I'll kind of, I'm not gonna give him my backstory, but I kind of clue him in and, say, I'm sorry, this is, not my face. I look similar but different to my friend. And he kind of removes his faceplate for a second so that the elf can see him, that he is, that humans look alike, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And he's kind of like taken aback, and he sees the similarity, but he kind of sees the shift, and he goes, "You shift like here."
There are similarities I have noticed, yes. Your world exists in much the same form as I.
And he's just fascinated. He's just taking a moment to like take this in.
Seeing him kind of stare for a second, the doctor kind of clarifies. He kind of puts his hand out and says, "This is not normal for our kind. I am an exception."
And he shakes his head, and then he proceeds to talk to you guys about syntax for the language, because he wants to. He's never heard a functional language of your type.
It's like if we heard somebody who actually spoke Latin speak Latin after years of studying
the best way I
it
could
and
put it
never
is
hearing it spoke.
it's like the movie Stargate, where he's trying to learn the Egyptian that has not been spoken in like 1,000 years.
So that'll work, because I am going to keep up. I gather that his ability to understand some of this is fairly unique, so I'm keeping up my pretenses for everybody else that may be in the immediate vicinity. I'm going to keep talking this language.
And actually, he kind of appreciates it because he can hear it.
Yeah, it gives him a chance to practice. Yeah.
Plus, I haven't done it in a while either. I'm sure I don't use this language too much, so it's good practice.
But he's also getting a lot of the syntax from you, Doctor, that makes it a little bit easier.
This is like every conversation at a childhood party I ever went to with a multinational community that I grew up in. Like conversations in English, native language, half and half, just all over the place.
Here, I'll move that book.
So, as that's going
I do want
on,
to ask him if he's having a conversation with us. I kind of lean in towards him and tell me, young man, I am curious. We are, at least as I have perceived, quite rare. How did you come to learn of our language?
There's I mean, including the castle, there's a bunch of ruins. Written word. Of a time when we were more like you. And less than we are now.
I would be very interested in seeing these if ever given the time and chance.
Well, the biggest archive is in the Sky Castle, the one that you escaped from. But we're trying to act quickly here. That's one of the reasons we're having this council meeting. If we're going to act, we need to act soon. The castle can move at any time, and it's not... We won't know where it goes next. That was the benefit of having the Star Elves there. They have better control over, or at least knowing where the next spot was going to be on this planet. But now that they have... no longer they're on the throne, there's no good communication to the castle.
Oh, yeah, the doctor is very aware he's probably not going to get to study these things. He's just expressing that the thought is interesting, and if he had the time, he would be very interested in learning more about that.
And he starts talking a little bit about the castle mostly, and he goes, there was a time when that castle not just moved from this on this planet, but elsewhere.
Do your stories have any indication as if it were interstellar travel or interdimensional?
I do not know.
Interesting.
Simpler time, a simpler planet. There's not a whole lot there. All we know is we came from one place and live here now. And evolved here to who you see before you. The magics on this world are greatly potent. The beautiful and horrific at the same time.
Yes, I have noticed that the probability on your planet is affected. It is more, I can only think of more naturally chaotic.
That's putting it lightly. And as you hear this conversation, you see below by your feet at the fire what looks like a small piece of meat on a small spit. It being turned, and you see these two little brownies like basically having a little bit of a brawl at your feet. Ah, you're going over here. Ah, this is mine now. Get the hell out of here. And you're just kind of like taken aback from that, and you're like, what the fuck am I?
Drunken brownies fighting at my feet.
I would like to come up to Taliesin because I'd like to talk with him about the council meeting coming up. So presumably he's been here for a while. So who do we know that's on this council having this discussion?
Well, since you're here, you would be the only star elf to be in the council, so you would be in it. And then Camo, of course, her being an ambassador of our people to yours. Then there's Zor. He's one of the what do you call it? They're not centaurs, but they are centaurs. I just,
It's like servitors or something.
Servitor, yeah. Jinx the Satyr, he's been around with their people for a long time. The pixies and the pixies and the brownies have their counterpart. Those seem to be changing quite regularly, but that's the way they kind of roll. They're more of a collective anyways, as you know.
Would I know how are these how strong are these alliances and these connections?
Very strong.
Generally.
Generations.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you guys always get along, but
Right.
There's usually a general consensus for peace for them. At one point, even the Drow were involved, but the Drow, as of late, have proved themselves to not be very trustworthy.
They've backed a usurper.
Yeah, they're not. So they still were a valued group at one point. You know what I mean? They were still part of the organization that had some say.
And are any of them here? Have any broken away from the drow that helped invade the castle? Or have they banded together?
What, the drow?
Yeah.
And he goes, I do not know.
I just wonder what made them what compelled them to
Make this decision.
yeah.
They've always been a thorn in our side, but they've never outwardly rebelled like this. They were always on the line, as it were. If they couldn't get away with it, they wouldn't do it. Always on the line of the law. You guys continue talking a little bit, and then you hear some hustle and bustle in a bigger tent. Well, not a tent, it's like a bigger area, but stuff. You see what looks like a couple of these centaurs and satyrs are starting to collect firewood, and this large fire is being, looks like a fire pit is being produced in the center. And he goes, "Oh, we'll be starting soon. They're preparing." About 15-20 more minutes go by, and you suddenly see this. You see Camo get up and walk over to this large. Is the dog sneezing?
She clearly just ate, and so now she's gonna rub her face on everything. Yeah, it's a good. Lilu, we're doing serious things here, okay? God.
Dog doesn't care.
No.
So, you see Camo move from her space and walk towards the pit.
Okay. So then I'll tell Taliesin, shall we go?
And as you see her walk over, and you see her snap her fingers over the top, and you see just this flame just lead into this huge pit, a blaze.
Robert at this point is going to walk over to the doctor, and he's going to kind of, like, out of the side of his mouth say, 20 gold says a fire elemental or something jumps out. This place is fucking crazy.
What did you say?
Said 20 gold says a fire elemental or something jumps out. This place is fucking crazy.
You are not completely wrong. The magic they work, it is inherently chaotic. There actually is a chance that when they cast their spells, they could summon something unintended.
Damn it.
Suddenly, trolls! No, I'm kidding.
I hate the troll!
We must kill the trolls before the meeting!
Trolls wielding bolos made of clown testicles.
Multicolored clown testicles.
Don't worry, they're neon colored.
Not the pastel ones!
Not the pastel ones.
That's how you know they're a lower level.
And the one wielding them is singing, "This little light of mine."
That would be extremely disturbing.
So, as you guys are walking forward, you suddenly see what looks like her crafting the flame. And suddenly you see what looks like a giant bird out of the flame come out.
He's gonna Robert quickly like smacks the doctor in the arm. He's like, see, I told you.
As it's more like a symbol, a signal.
The doctor sees this form starting to come out of the fire, and he's just like, merde.
Merde. And suddenly the rest of the group comes forward. And you see Camo step forward. And she goes, "My friends, allies, as you know, the last several weeks have been tumultuous at best. We have lost many. And I fear our way of being is being threatened. We need that castle back. It is the one true thing we have that joins us together. Now, I was lucky enough, blessed enough to find Capella to join by my side, so that the lineage would move on. The castle could move forward. Now I'm asking you for help. And you hear this kind of like rabble, you know, like they're just kind of, yeah.
You'll have my axe.
I open the conversation to figure out what we should do. How should we get our castle back? And you see one of the centaurs pop up, and he has this... He's an older one with a beard, silver beard, and he's bald. As he's got what looks like a huge axe on his back, a double-sided axe, just sitting on his back. He comes up and he goes, "We just stormed the castle. That is what we do. We go in with force." And you hear the back group go, "Ah!" The group of them. The satyrs are kind of like, "Ah!" And Camo goes, "That's all well and good, but these drow are sneaky. They would know that would be coming. Now I suggest this."
Expect us to tunnel under it, would they?
Way to derail the mission. A month and a half later, we have dug underneath the castle. Oh, it's gone!
Son of a!
And she goes, "Yes, that is a good game plan, but they'll be expecting it. I suggest we have a plan B." And you hear this pixie go, "What does he want? What is it he want to do anyways, besides just storming the castle? Well, not that powerful." She goes, "I suggest we have a group of us sneak back into the castle as you guys attack. Take
And
back
just
the
start
throne."
blubbering drow.
The doctor, not being the most tactful or respectful of traditions, speaks up and just says, "Excuse me, but is your castle magically warded?"
It doesn't need much warding when it travels on its own.
I could quite easily teleport a number of people inside of the castle. I would just have to be inside of a window next to the gate. I could teleport the group inside, and then they could open the gate for us.
As far as I know, there is nothing preventing you from doing this, but that doesn't mean that there isn't now.
Of course.
And you hear this, a couple of the group are starting to revel around, wanting to do this, and what's the game plan? And she goes, I'm asking for volunteers. Who would come forward to risk life and limb to go into this castle?
I step forward and say, "Yeah, let's do it."
Let's fucking do it. I'll bash your head in, mate. I swear to me, mum.
I think our goal should be to eliminate the threat that Valor has in place, and then perhaps that incentive will encourage the Drow to change their mind.
And
I don't want to lose more of our people here.
neither do I, but to keep our lives the way it was is the only way. We have to sacrifice. This has to be stopped. And then you hear someone in the back. You hear what sounds like a fairy move forward, and he goes, "The way it was." And she turns to him. She goes, "Yes." And she goes, "What if we could have something better?" Camo kind of looks away. She goes, "What do you mean?" She goes, and the fairies all kind of squabble, and then finally you see this hand come up, this small little can, a little firework comes up into the air. It's trying to gain attention, and you hear the fairy go, "I don't want to go back to where it was. No one should be ahead of anyone else. There should be no king that rules this land, or queen." And you hear this rabble, and it gets kind of loud, and they're like people arguing. And you just hear this. And he goes, what can you say that could promise us that this will not be the same way? If we band together, that this will be change. And the arguments start going and gets louder and louder. And people are starting to question even doing this at this point.
If we don't stop him now, with all the harm that's come to the Star Elves, I don't see why Valor wouldn't start to do the same to each of us here. And
you kind of see this fairy look at you and just it almost looks like she did a movement of someone spitting down at your feet. He goes, "Like you care about us anyways. Your kind never did." Then you hear another uproar.
Space racists.
There is a little bit of, it's the nobility and the poor, and it's difficult.
I think
it's intersectional.
I probably look to Camo for a little bit of like confidence, and then
Camo looks kind of like lost. She doesn't know what to say.
I agree with you. I agree.
And then you hear this sudden, it's still rabble, rabble, rabble. It's still too loud. People aren't hearing you.
Do I witness this happening?
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah.
They all
I
have
think
started gabbering and jabbering and fighting with each other, infighting.
I'm gonna use prestidigitation real quick to make the loudest thunder strike I can.
The loudest bang in the sound, just as this thunderous sound comes out of nowhere, and everyone gets very quiet. And
I'm
Do
assuming that they can tell that that I'm the person it came
yeah,
from.
yes. But it's loud enough to get everyone's attention and shut their mouths.
Yeah.
I whisper, "You ate meat, didn't you?"
You see my character pull out an earplug and kind of look around and then put it back in.
Can I do hand farts with mage hand?
As you're doing the hand farts, you actually hear a couple of the brownies going. It's funny because it's farts.
The doctor doesn't say a word. He's going to use every ounce of menace in his alien presence to make. He's basically going to use his body language to say, "You're all going to shut the fuck up now."
And they do. Capella?
I understand the role that I was born into. But it is not the choice that I want to make for myself or for any of us going forward. I am not a ruler. I don't think that that's right for any of us here. I want there to be representation for each of us to be able to live our lives as freely as we're able to. What I know is that we will all be threatened under this current person who has, to start, destroyed my family. And I don't want to see that happen to you. So I understand the distrust, but I can promise you that I am not interested in being a ruler of our people here. I'm not even the most qualified. Honestly, I think that Camo would be best to serve us all because she is the most caring. She knows the most about how to best care for all of us here, and I think that she should lead in my place with plans to create some kind of republic with representatives from each of our clans here.
Then you hear this.
I don't want to go back to the way it was before.
And you hear this. And it kind of calms down. And then you see Camo stand up. And she proceeds to say, "I will lead this battle. And I will ensure that every single individual is heard. This is what I can promise. But we need action now. If we lose the castle, we lose everything. All sense of normalcy on this land. It is a safe haven for all of us. It is a place of society. We need it. It is what
And we
holds
need you.
and it's what holds us all together. And time goes by, there was more discussion. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and give us 10 minutes here. If that's okay. Because that was a lot. So.
Well, Capella's happy because she never wanted to lead, so this is great. This is better. Hopefully nobody dies. Well, people are gonna die. Hopefully we all don't die, though. That'd be bad.
All right, we're back. Things kind of settle down for a little bit, and you notice some people starting to get together in different tents to discuss what their plan is. Obviously, you guys have been, you know, I don't know if you guys all wanted to go do the special mission, but
I was actually going to approach Camus or whoever I perceive to be the nominal leader, and basically inform them, like, you know, my friend and I, we have some experience in this realm. He's basically like offering up him and Harlan's infiltration experience for at the very least discussing how to do the mission.
I feel like I want to go to presumably Zur, the leader of the Servitor, to just thank him for his support and leadership and encouragement of this mission, because I feel like he also has a certain amount of strength and sway within the group.
And he definitely does. You start learning about the what the group was planning to do. You know that mostly that he would be frontline fighters. They're going to be the ones that are going to storm the gates. If they were going to, if you ever could think that they were going to be the, you know, what is expected is what they're going to do. They're going to give you the time to do what you guys want to do if that's the plan. Whether they're successful or not.
I think I'd say, like, we have this crew of people that have various expertise that I feel like we could be successful in leading a covert mission into the castle to try to eliminate Valor, while the main attack, right, and sort of distraction can happen separately with the bulk of the army.
Yeah, damn it.
I have a special skills.
Got a special set of skills.
A particular set of skills.
Yeah, you do have 2 former Spec Ops guys in your group, so. I was in the nerdy part of it, but I still had to take training.
I'm just trying to be nice and
feel like that was me
form
with
stronger
Feather Support
allyships.
Yeah. No, that's what I kind of imagined my character to be, is that intelligence officer that had to be trained to actually do things in the field, but he's still not that great at it. Like,
Yep.
Is there anyone else, though, besides our immediate party that would be helpful in participating in our B squad? Suicide Squad? Or do we feel like
Say
this
it again.
is there anybody else that's part of this assemblage in the forest aside from our party that we feel like should join us as part of the
The doctor was going to recommend to Camus that it would be helpful if we had somebody who was specialized in magics that could help us with stealth, whether that's invisibility or pass without a trace or whatever.
I think we also should have another healer. Because that's something that we tend to struggle with in our group sometimes.
She turns to you and goes, I will, and you see Cam, she's like, I will be by your side, my dear.
I know, but I'm worried about you too.
The doctor fully accepts you as a possible tactical cost.
I'm not worried about these other folks. You need to be the one to make it, because I need you to. Can I talk to her? I guess in what, Sylvan or some other something.
Sure, yeah.
Just that it's important that she make it, and I know and I love her and I appreciate her care for me, but it's not important for me to be the one, because I am not ascending to the throne. That is not something I've ever wanted. I need her to make it, and I think as much support as we can have. I just need to make sure that we're all able, that she's able to make it, and I know that she's able to provide healing support, but I just wonder if there's anybody else that can also help us. And I agree, though, with the doctor. Help with stealth, help with getting us into where he might be, because we don't really know at this point, but moving through would be helpful.
We can definitely get some sprites here that could be very helpful for us. Upon myself as well. And she goes, and she does have the equivalent of pass without a trace. She can cast that on all of you guys. And she goes, "Don't worry about me, dear. I can take care of myself. See, what does this do? Yeah, that's good. And this conversation is making her rethink her spell list that she's going to be because you are affecting how she's thinking about her spell list.
Good.
Yeah, we're gonna need that pass without a trace, that's for sure.
Yeah, right.
Do we have anything that can boost our wisdom?
Yeah, well,
As I stop playing Rick Astley on my harmonica.
Oh, come on.
we're a long ways from Heroes Feast, unfortunately.
Not one email today. It's a good day. No voicemails, no emails.
Good day. It's a good day.
Good on call. 8 a.m. to 9. Nothing.
How much time does Zor and the rest of the frontline need to get themselves organized to attack?
Couple days.
How
Okay.
often does the city move? They said we were pressed for time just in case it bamfs.
It's usually every 2 to 3 weeks, and it's getting close. But they think they could still a day or two get this going. They feel that there's still time. It's all a gamble, but it's got to be a gamble. I mean, they can't go blindly. So
No. Okay, couple days to prepare. That gives us time to also work on our spells. Maybe in that time, Doctor, you and I could trade some spells.
Oh, I don't care if you copy my spell list. Go for it. I don't know if you can cast all of my magics, because I'm not sure if
I probably can't, but there might be some that I could.
Well, no, what I'm wondering, and this is a mechanical thing, not so much a story thing, is that I don't know if the chronoturgy and dunamancy stuff is limited only to people who choose that spell school.
Wouldn't think so, because even from the homebrew creation of it in Critical Role, they had the regular wizard learning some of the spells from the other guy.
Okay.
yeah,
I think it's just like any other school of magic.
no. If you learn the spell, you know the spell. I mean, it won't be.
Yeah, I just didn't know, because by the description it made it sound
Now,
like it was...
if it's a spell that's within her wizard list, like it's part of her spell, what's it called, school?
Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't sure because I know, like, for instance, I don't get some of the I don't get some of the graviturgy spells even though I'm a Dunamancer. So I wasn't sure if regular wizards got the chronoturgy spells. That's why I was asking before we did it.
Now, as far as I'm concerned, if you learn the spell, you know the spell. It's just a matter of more money. It may cost more and may take more time. If you don't have that, it's not in your original spell look, the type of spells you're using.
Also, how many wizard levels do you have?
I only have 3.
Okay, so you can cast what, second level spells?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think you're gonna run into any of my spells that it would be an issue anyway. I think I have like 1 chronomancy spell that's that spell level.
Okay.
Most of them are higher level.
And so, as you guys are game planning everything together, deciding and getting your plans together, and I feel you guys, you and Brandon and Reagan, you guys can get together, excuse me, before next session to switch out spells or get your share your
I
spell
mean, you
list.
can just look on my character sheet and see what I have.
That's what I'm doing.
So you wanna choose if you wanna copy any.
But yeah, it's fine. You can do all that. You see the centaur, the leader, the centaur leader, like has this huge map, kind of like a makeshift map with like, kind of think like a war room. Setting up all these, like, where everybody would be, where you're going, what you're gonna do. And of course, like, Basil and Dr. Kazim, you'd be interested probably in this, because this is major war planning, and you're used to this type of stuff.
Well, Robert would be interested in war planning too, 'cause that's,
Yeah.
it's kind of what he did.
Yeah, the doctor doesn't know shit about strategy, but tactics that he would be.
Yeah, so he's
Interesting.
figuring out the tactics that there would be a front that is moving onto the castle to be a distraction / whatever that may be.
The doctor definitely wants to ask how hard it would be to lower the gate or to open some sort of opening for them, because a imminent threat is a much better distraction than an enemy outside the gate, so to speak.
Okay, you go and ask that, and he goes, all right, that's going to be a little difficult, we don't know. And then suddenly you hear in the distance this woman, maybe I can be of some help. And you see this drow woman come out of the shadows.
Oh shit.
Sword? Do I know her?
You maybe do a history check.
Okay. $18.
You do recall her. Her name's Kremel. And you know that females in the drow are usually the leaders in their hierarchy.
Yeah, they rule the roost, man.
And you look at her, and she moves forward. Who has the highest passive perception?
Mine's a 19.
Doctor?
19? Is that the highest?
I don't know if that's the
I'm
highest,
18.
but I know that both Robert and Harlan.
I think like half our group's
high passive
18 and
too.
above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where would I find that?
It's on the left-hand side on your sheet. If you look
It just
at
says
your
passive wisdom.
Right under your saving throws.
saving throws. Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
That
Our
doesn't
group's
surprise me.
very
Your wisdom game.
perceptive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's a cleric.
So-
That's the character that normally has the high perception.
You
Not
know,
like you and I, where we have a +1 and +2 respectively, and just have the perceptive feat. Or
Doctor,
whatever.
you perceive that her glide of movement is way too fucking smooth. And then you kind of see something schism, like a momentary, and you see her without a limb. Her left hand is missing, but only for a split second. Just a bloody stump. And then it swiftly comes back. And you seem to be the only one that saw it.
Is her movement unnatural as in it looks like she's gliding, or just the quality of her movement?
It's gliding along, and it kind of disturbed you, and it made you focus on her, and it flickered for you due to your nature.
Yeah.
And you also see, like, a scratch across her face. Like, you see, like, physical, horrible damage. Like, she nearly died. But no one else sees this.
So I'm seeing I'm basically seeing the timeline where her injuries. This is obviously supposition, but in his guess that I'm seeing a timeline where her injuries weren't healed or magically.
No, this is you're not seeing a timeline of difference. You're seeing something hiccuped. You felt like something was weird, and you see.
Okay, so this isn't my perception of time. This is my perception of space, so to speak. I'm
yeah, you
her
notice
herself, not a
something's
different
wrong.
timeline.
And you see the glide slowly fade away for a second. You see her kind of gimp along, and you switch it. It switches back to this beautiful, drow woman. She goes, "My dear, now is not the time."
What makes you think we can trust you here?
You can't. And I wouldn't blame you.
Insight check her. You can't. I just want to see, like, is she, like, just that whole initial thing. I just want to see if I'm gauging
Sure.
if she's being deceptive or not.
Looks like Derek's getting ready to go to bed. It's like laying in bed. She seems very truthful.
And one of my plugs is over there.
And she goes, "And I wouldn't blame you.
Then why are you here?
Because I've been just as betrayed as you."
I doubt that.
The doctor, without giving away the ghosts, so to speak, sort of leans in towards Capella and says, "There are things you do not know yet, and I cannot tell you. But she has been betrayed."
You can tell, but it's possibly it's a pride thing.
That's what he's guessing. Is that it's the same. The reason why he's kind of putting two and two together is that this is the same thing he would do in this scenario. If he were really wounded, he would do everything he could to cover up that fact from everyone around him.
Yeah, it's a pride and the showing of strength is important to her.
How do you think you can help us?
Is this bonding music for the elves and the drow?
Yeah. She looks, and there's just a hint of just this. Her lips just tremble a moment, and she goes, "We have a common enemy." He has done something to my men. They would not act unless I gave them the say, so.
And why did they turn on you?
I do not know. This man has sway.
This man who claims to be my brother.
I know nothing of you being your brother, but, if you say so.
What do you know about him?
He's a snake. If he were my kin, I'd be proud. But alas, he is a snide, charismatic monster. And he must be stopped.
Well, on that we do agree. So your men have betrayed you in support of this usurper.
They have not just betrayed me. And you suddenly see this beautiful face remove, and you see this gouged eye just completely gone out of her face.
Is Camo nearby?
Yes.
Is she seeing this?
Mm-hmm. And it's a moment of weakness. She's not holding together very well.
Okay.
As she suddenly just stumbles a little bit, and you see one man, another drow, hold her. Suddenly.
What?
Yeah, there's another man with her. Another drow with her. Not everyone betrayed him.
Has he been there the whole time?
Yeah.
How many of them are here?
It looks like it's just these two.
Just these two. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that before. You said it was
Yeah,
just
I
the
don't
one
think you
lady.
said anything. I thought it was just her too.
Sorry, I apologize.
Oh my God. Aaron, you're scaring me. There's sneaky
Drow
people
are
sneaking up all over the place.
Mhm.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you see him grab her, and she quickly swats at him. This is you didn't see the whole thing. You just see her face, and it is recent wounds. Like, they're pretty severe.
I know. Part of me wants Camo to help her, but part of me wants to not because fuck her. So okay.
I offer them both a drink.
No. Well, no, that's fine.
And everyone's on guard. I mean, like, swords
Yeah,
are being held,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
freaking out.
Excuse me.
I appreciate you coming to us, Carmel. I'd like to offer you to rest and some food. But I need you to tell me everything that you know. In order for us to turn this around.
What I can tell you is this. Any way into the castle via magic will be noticed. But that's not the only way in. I know a way. I know a passage. I will tell you where. And even you don't know about this.
Oh, it's real sus. I don't like it.
Can I tell that Carmel's injured?
Super injured, but I'm not gonna let you take care of it yet.
Okay.
She proceeds to then tell you that there is a way into the castle quietly. It is a passage that she has known for a very long time. Her family has known it for generations. They've never outwardly abused it, because it's always been uncouth, you know? Honor amongst thieves types of deal, you know? They don't want to overthrow a government if they're doing just fine underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
I also offer my man. And she turns to him, and you see this dark-haired drow that was holding her a minute ago. Lanky, long, taller individual. She goes, he could be of great use to you. You hear a rasp in her voice. He's even made me lose his gaze at times. As meaning, like, sometimes he disappears and she doesn't know where he is, and that's impressive. He's sneaky.
Sneaky snipe.
He's a sneaky snipe.
Snipe. What's his name?
It is Rentrall. And just to give you an idea, she goes, he is my right-hand man. If someone needs to be dead, he is the man I ask.
Okay.
And as you know, this is basically a drow rogue assassin. He could be of great use if you want to.
So then I'm gonna talk to him. Rentrall, what do you know of Valar? Have you seen him? Do you know where he keeps in the castle?
No, I do not. But knowing his ego, he would be sitting on the throne as we speak.
And how much time have you spent in the castle? How familiar are you with it? With the...
That's what they hired me for. I may have been in the castle and you've never known.
Well, that's special. Did you know my mother?
Personally, no.
Eternally, yes.
Okay.
Only of reputation.
Yikes. Okay. Well, that's not good either.
Your mom's very well respected and fair.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You paint her to be this horrible person, but she was just not good with you. You didn't like her.
I'm gonna ask you to stay here. I need to consult with some other leaders. But I'm gonna ask Opal to help you.
Oh, why don't you say
dear.
that again?
Jesus.
Even with headphones on, my dogs are now growling.
So I'm so sorry. Oh
She
no.
couldn't hear it through my headphones. She's like,
Lilu, you're causing chaos.
We should have an intermission World of Terrestria Puppy Bowl.
Hearing you say that, Capella, the doctor kind of leans into your ear and says, I think the help would be galling from you. Let me assist her.
She just nods and walks away. I think I want to pull Camo aside to talk with her about.
Sure.
Because I just don't. I don't like it.
The doctor is gonna kind of try to catch Opal's attention and sort of motion to him in a hey, follow me for a second way.
Tony.
Hmm?
He was Dr. Kazim was talking to you.
I'm gonna kind of motion to you in a sort of like, hey, follow me for a second sort of way.
All right.
And he just sort of approaches the drow matron, and he speaks to her in, as low of tones as he can manage. I do not mean to offend you, but your wounds, are they unhealable?
I will manage. And you see her cough and just wipe it off her mouth, and you see just blood come all over.
The doctor just laughs, but it's cold. Like he's not the biggest on pride, so he just sort of laughs coldly for a second and then says, I do not give a fiddler's shit about your elfin politics. I see the full extent of your injuries. I know what has happened to you. Let me assist you. Do you think your people will survive in this new future without you?
They always will. Even without me. Their will is too strong. And god damn it, are they too sneaky.
But do you think they will be able to negotiate with this new regime without you? Do you think they will fare as well? Will you sacrifice your people's future for your pride, instead of being helped by an outlander who doesn't give a shit about your politics?
Make a persuasion check.
Alright. We'll see. Not the doctor's forte. The doctor is skilled in intimidation, not persuasion.
Can I give him Tides of Chaos?
What would that do for him?
Oh, not me. One sec. I know I have something for this. Ben.
I was
luck.
actually checking to see if I had anything to help
You could
myself,
bend
too.
luck, yeah.
Plus 1d4.
All right. Well, we'll see. 'Cause yeah, like I said, I mean he's not terrible at it. It's a +3, but oh nope, your 1d4 isn't gonna help me here.
Do the 1d4.
I mean, I might be using my feature and re-rolling.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, you've got another day here, so it's not like...
Yeah, I know. That's what he's. That's
Mhm.
kind of what he's thinking is. Yeah, that's not the balance one. Yeah, he kind of he's. I'm gonna guess that he kind of sees her face unchanged. Is like, up, redo. Did I just click the right roll? Yes, I did. Okay. We'll get like a 2. There we go. That's acceptable.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the 1d4. Because I'm going to consider the 1d4 is also changed because of it.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense because
Okay.
the roll changed.
Yeah. 17. She looks to you and she would just see this saddened face as you see the form suddenly release. And you see her without a hand. You see the eye missing, gouged out of her face. And you see her holding her chest, the side of her chest, and gimping over. And she goes, I am just too tired now. Just too tired.
The illusory magic that was maintaining your appearance. A great work of magic. I am not surprised, and you should not be ashamed. I do not know if myself or my companion can replace what you have lost, but we can stabilize you until you can find a magical means of replacement.
She says nothing and just hobbles over and sits. And you see a lot of the wounds, the major wounds that were major problems, start healing. She's still in a lot of pain, but it's not...
It's not about to keel over.
Yeah, she's not going to keel over. She goes, my people must live on.
Yes, that is why I help you.
And those that betrayed me will be punished. They all will be punished.
Excuse my frankness, but I care nothing for your revenge. I have seen many republics rise and fall, and I know nothing poisons them more than an underclass. Your people without you are a liability. I have rendered that situation improved. You owe me no welcome. Or you owe me no gratitude.
And you'll never get it.
Gave her another 22 points.
Oh, okay. And she just kind of looks at you and she goes, and I'm glad you don't expect me to give it.
Pride recognizes pride, my lady.
And you see the man come, the drow, right man, come to her and sit next to her as he unravels the stump on her hand to treat to the best of his ability. Because it's not going to fully heal. This stuff is
No, yeah, I was gonna
pretty
say I don't think at
severe.
our level we can, because it's like I forget what the spell is. It's a way higher level healing spell that can actually replace a limb or an eye.
Just regrow limb.
Yeah,
But she's alive.
yeah. Well, that's all the doctor gives a shit about. Not to sound like an asshole, which he is, but the doctor just recognized that having a rebel group in your new republic is not a great idea because he's destabilized a couple of republics in his.
But what are your guys' plans here?
I think I'd want to continue to weigh the usefulness of this rogue assassin who may or may not actually be on our side with the people who have more strategic leadership knowledge. Because I truly do not know that we can trust these people. I thought if they were already here, like if there were already drow here when we arrived, maybe there would be some kind of split and faction within that group, but I don't know.
What you can tell is that this matriarch is a well-known individual. You know enough
Yeah.
that she is of upper tier. If anybody was going to be an ambassador of the group, she would have been there earlier, but it looks like she had quite a difficulty getting there.
Mm-hmm.
How close is or how far is she to being at full hit points?
Oh, she's still got a while to go, but her pride, she looks to you and goes,
I think
"Good
as
stuff."
long as she's stabilized and not going to keel over, that was all I had hoped, because I'd like to keep them...
And her pride is not going to let you keep doing it.
Right. Right.
She's kind of...
Yeah, I would imagine she's the type of person that as soon as she had the strength again to put the illusion back up, that's going to be pretty much where she stops.
Yeah, and you quickly
Like,
see
good.
it, like after the rewrapping of the wounds, you see her suddenly, you see that at least the gimp is gone of the walk, that she had a little gimp, probably where she possibly had like a wound, a muscle injury in the leg, that's completely healed, so she's no longer
She took an
gimpy.
arrow to the knee,
Yeah.
and now she can't adventure anymore.
Yeah.
Ow.
Well, I go up to her, and I just tap my rock eye. I'm like, I can make you one of these if you want.
God love a dwarf.
Probably also want to ask some of the fairies to just keep an eye on them and, like, kind of
Don't you
check back
worry.
in.
They all are.
Excellent.
Nobody likes the drow.
Well, they have been naughty. They're naughty. Naughty little elves. Actually, they're quite tall, aren't they? Yes.
Pretty tall people. Actually, I don't think the drow are as tall as other elves. Like,
I mean, not as
Nope,
tall,
they're not.
but
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, but this is why you saw this one drow assassin. He's actually pretty long and lanky. It's kind of odd.
In the books, it's what's his name? Drist. I can never pronounce that right.
Driz.
Yeah, he's pretty short.
Yeah, he's like 5'5", I think.
Yeah, like 5. I was gonna say that, like 5'6" or 5'7". He's not very tall.
Because like all the artwork of him with his scimitar big as he is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
To be fair, though, he's normally pictured next to Wolfgar, who's like 7 fucking foot tall. So who knows?
she goes and she just looks to you and she goes, "Whatever your decision is, I've given you the way in. Just succeed where I cannot."
I walk away. I don't want to see her face anymore. I feel like I want to talk back in with the war room people. I want to talk with, like,
Okay.
Robert and Basil and the doctor and Zor and...
Sure. What do
Camo.
you guys want to talk about?
Well, do we really think that we can trust bringing Rentrall in with us?
Bringing
And
who?
do we think...
Her?
The
Oh,
male drow.
no, the
Oh, right, the
a
drow.
rogue assassin guy. His name is
Yes,
Rentrall.
Assassin.
First of all, I don't know the path that she's talking about, right?
Nope.
So I don't know if this is a trap or real. And I don't know if we should bring him with us.
Well, she wouldn't
I think
send him into a trap.
Yeah, that's true.
I at least give the opinion that I think she was being honest and forthcoming, so.
I think
Yeah.
his particular set of skills would be good to have if we feel like we can trust him to.
And frankly, if he leads the way,
set of skills.
if he leads the way, then at least he's the first to catch the danger.
Did he? I wonder if he had to kill his fellow drow to get out of there. Presumably that's who they were fighting, right? So, like,
Yeah.
okay, that wouldn't be a problem
Internecine
then.
conflict.
Ooh.
Because it sounds like they're under some sort of control, some sort of compulsion.
They're not quite sure.
Or at least she believes them to be.
Right.
Probably slipped him a potion in their celebration ales or something.
I don't like it, but I do feel like if it's good, if he's you know, legit, then it would be an asset.
And remember, you'd also have Camo along with you too. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it'd be 8 people in this party.
Mm-hmm. And did Renshaw say that he had seen Valor or no?
Not
He said he
recently.
hadn't.
Okay. Nobody knows what this fucking dude looks like. What's his deal? We haven't seen him yet. Okay.
I'm
okay.
imagining he has a tiny little mustache.
Like fascists do.
Or a very large mustache. They tend to be they tend to be of two schools.
Two schools, it's either very large or very small.
Yeah, you have Hitler and then Stalin. Like
You know, it's kind of like 9 inches. It's like this.
Okay. I think. Yeah, I still think if we have the main army going up to the gates and causing the distraction, that we can go in the back way.
is the Drow matron still there?
She's still, yeah, she's away though. She's not part of this conversation, but she's still.
Gotcha.
So we're planning to give them 8 in the rear. Right? That's what you said?
Is it 8? Is it?
Yeah, it's 8.
Wow, that's substantial.
Mm-hmm.
Are we all gonna be able to fit? You think?
It's very It's very statistically above average.
It's an investment.
It'll be a tight squeeze, but I think we can make it work.
All right.
You're
And,
gonna relax all your muscles.
We'll send the Drow in first.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give him just the tip.
We'll
I mean,
just
to
see how
start,
it goes.
to start, yeah.
You gotta
right.
see how it goes, and if it's dangerous, we can back right out of there.
Yeah.
So like she's still bleeding and fucked up, so it's like she has natural lubricant.
No, we're leaving her behind. We're
No,
taking-
she doesn't get to go.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
okay. Does anybody else want anything else to talk about, or?
You don't want to talk about.
The doctor is still very interested in finding out a way. His previous experience tells him that the best way to kill somebody is when they're more afraid of another way of dying. Or more focused on another threat, so to speak. So while he likes the attack drawing focus, he would very much like to make them more of a threat. A breach in the walls, lowering a portcullis, you know, something where they're more worried about the army swarming through their gates than us. And that's why he was asking if the matron was still in the meeting, because he wanted to see if maybe there was if she knew of a passage or anything that could get us close to an entrance on the surface that we could, you know, open as a breach in the wall, so to speak. for
Right,
the
and that's what
enemy.
she's saying. She does. She has a way in.
Oh, I thought it was just like a tunnel for us to get into the castle.
Nope. This is a way in. Period.
Okay, I misunderstood that.
Yeah, we might want to save the planning for next session then, because it sounds like we're not. I don't even feel like we're close to knowing what we want to do.
Yeah.
That's fine. So
Other than
thought
putting 8 in the back door.
I
Right.
thought we were going to go kill the drows.
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
So yeah,
We still get to kill the drows, right?
We're still gonna do that. Yes. Yep. As many as you'd like. That's
Except the
Reagan
one that
saying
goes-
that, not Capella. Capella's not saying that. Diplomatically speaking.
all right. Well, I think we'll call it a night. This was a good session, guys. I know it wasn't a whole lot of no like, you know, no fighting or anything, but I knew this would be something that needed to be done because this is big moments. So you're about to go into war, so
Murder.
murder.
And you know, if we hashed it out tonight,
take a
in
long
2 weeks, in 2 weeks we would be like, all right, so what did we say we
Don't
were going to do?
remember it
again?"
anyway.
Absolutely change.
Yeah.
Absolutely change.
So
I think Capella's gonna go on a walk to clear her mind and hopefully stumble upon a druid who would go on a walk with her. That's the plan for the rest of the night.
okay. Well,
The doctor's kind of vibing this dwarf matron, or this
drow.
drow matron, so he's gonna go chat her up. No, I'm just kidding.
Yo, drow matron. How you doing?
Oh.
But all right, we will get back into this in 2 weeks. Good job, guys. This one was fun. I love playing ones that allow me to stretch out the, you know, a little bit of the role playing. So don't get to do it very often. And this was fun for me. So all right, we will see you all later.